frickin' swear. This goddamn cat. Let me actually freaking get my V-Bridger so I'm, you know, using my proper mouth movements instead of... Maybe that's what we do. Maybe today is the V-Bridger day. Also, hey Eli, how you doing tonight? Because I have, like, 2 days. I just have to get Liz's debut art done by Friday, I think it is. Check my calendar. Friday, yeah. Not too bad. I actually didn't get a late start today. The only problem is that I have this little shit who's deciding that she wants attention now that I'm trying to be busy. And I'm trying to do stuff. You bratty lady. No, you don't ever want attention. You want to stay outside all the time, except for when I'm busy. That's when you want to come in. Look at you. Resting your head in my hands. Like a hamster. Rat. No, do not sniff this. This is powder. I really don't need you freaking getting a respiratory issue. You can sniff the drink once it's prepared, but you're not allowed to sniff the powder. Someone fucking texted me right as I was starting, and I'm pissed about it because they messaged my sister at 10 a.m. Actually, no. 5 p.m. Never mind. I'm lying. I'm a liar. My order of operations is off. Still, it's been 3 fucking hours. Could have messaged me 3 hours ago. Shit, I had what song I wanted to listen to in my head. Like half hour ago or something. I mean, it's not even something going wrong is the thing. Murphy's Law is the reason I didn't say hopefully everything goes smoothly to Ray yesterday for her finally, like, moving. She's been trying... Her move has been like my computer earlier this year. Where every single time something has gone wrong. Which is why I'm like, hopefully things actually succeed this time. Rather than hopefully things go smoothly. Because at this point, I don't even care if it goes smoothly. I just want her to actually have a better living situation. Several of my friends that I want to have a better living situation. There's like 3 different people have shitty roommates. Where did I wanna? I could do... We could start at Lisa, because the first one on that is Men's Hair Club. And I listened to Men's Hair Club like 80 times last night. Men's Hair Club is a really Lisa's soundtrack is really fucking good for someone that wasn't even able to save his work. And yeah. I have the benefit of... I mean, I live with family currently. Because... You know, the whole renovation thing, they moved with... The order of operations is a bit freaking wonky in that. But the long story short on that is that they're living in my house until renovations are done. Speaking of Ray, hi Ray, how you doing? Why are you crying? Is Dickhead being an asshole because you're not gonna have to deal with him anymore? So he's gonna have to finally accept his pathetic life as... of his own volition rather than caused by someone who's just trying to freaking get by. Where the fuck? How did my entire lap get covered in gamer sups, dude? What? I know that freaking... that's a trap. The moment I start messing with your belly, that's when you scream and get mad at me. You cuddle roll, expose your belly, and then get mad when I touch it. At least you're not like some of the others where you freaking attack if I freaking play with your belly. No, I still haven't cleared these notifications. Yeah, they always do that. Reed gets angry in like 90% of the places that you touch her. She hates her feet messed with. She hates her belly messed with. She hates freaking the base of her tail messed with. She likes when you scratch right between her shoulder blades. She likes the chin scritches, but everyone loves those. Every cat that I've known of has liked chin scritches. She likes when you hold her head like a hamburger. Just not when you try to bite into the hamburger. I love how I have 3 different, like, cover arts for the 3 different Lisa songs. This one has the official soundtrack's image. The previous song is from The Joyful, so it's not related to either of the other 2. I mean, it is. It's like the DLC for The Painful, but... maybe we do Lisa next month. It's not really a nostalgia game, so I'm not planning on doing it this month. But maybe next month is Lisa. I have far too many cats. I may have our VTuber Vault for this month lined up. I poked Archie about it. And he seems interested. But yeah, I have too many cats, and each one of them has, like, different personality, and, like, half of them have freaking medical things. Obviously, Shadow, who hopefully, once the money gets transferred into my bank account, and then I get that to my sister, we will have him mostly worked out due to him getting his meds. Crumble's still putting back on weight because he was a scrawny little dude when we freaking found him last month. So we're slowly putting weight onto him because he strayed in not too long ago. And then the plan is to get him checked, vaccinated. Hiccup, obviously, last year, he's got a limp forever now because of his leg, and the bolt in his leg now freaking hurts in the cold weather. Punk freaking has urinary issues. Which, you know, name a cat that doesn't, honestly. Mama's, I think, the most okay out of all of them. Squeaker's just old. She's got tooth issues because she's old. Because she's... 13? 12, 13 region? Nugget's also not bad off. I mean, I guess that Bean and Reed are just freaking... I mean, Reed has her flea allergy. But that's only really a problem in the summer. Yeah, Squeaker's been around for a while. But Bean, I don't think has any real issues aside from the fact she's a crackhead, but that's more her personality than an actual medical issue. The little one's very runty, which I guess counts, question mark? It's not really a debilitating issue, she's just very small. Ketchup, I guess, isn't like... doesn't have anything stand out aside from him constantly starting shit. Egbert's just an asshole. Shrimp freaking has so many issues with his ears that currently has him cock-headed because... And it's... The vet said that it's possible that he's just going to stay that way for the rest of his life. And he's got a weird paw that is at like a 90-degree angle from how it should be. He's got his fair share of weird shit going on with him. He's still able to freaking function perfectly fine, but, you know. If anyone just gave, like, a look at him, they'd be like, ah, shit, what's wrong with him? Like I said, Bean and Reed, I think, are probably the closest to that. Ketchup's not too bad off as far as I know. Egbert's not really that bad off. Like I said, he's just an asshole. I don't know. I don't really have many cats that are assholes, to be honest. I have a lot of them that are like freaking crackheads, and I have a lot of them that are weird in various ways, but the only, like, asshole cat is Egbert, I think. If we do art today, I do think that we will wind up doing rigging. Because I think that's what I kind of feel up for today. If anything. Because the art that I'd wind up doing is Liz's art, which will require me to hunt down like 80 different references. Because I'm going to do one based off of my summer car, so Liz is going to be smoking a cigarette with a beer in hand, flipping off the camera. And I don't know if I got the kind of freaking mental fortitude going on right now to want to start like from sketch all the way through. No, that actually checks out. My girls don't intend to scratch exactly, but they freaking will try and tap and it'll, and their claws will partially come out, so. Jesus fucking Christ. But yeah. I don't know how long today will be. Just in general. Because I normally take my break days to do like videos and edit down shorts and whatnot. Let me pull this out. Let me whip this out. I was partially debating if I wanted to be on blue instead tonight. I am going to probably later into the night swap out the art that's in the corner. I might just double stream today, to be honest. I normally end over here around midnight. I could, like, grab myself food and then hop onto blue. Because I do have a few demos that I can do over there. Oh, interesting. That doesn't actually... But I just kind of wanted to take today to, I don't know, yap a little bit because it has been a hot minute since I've just full-on yapped. Aside from over on Other Site. Other Site I yap a lot because freaking... I can get away with a bit more on my yapping. Without Twitch getting angry at me for talking shit. Which I do a not small amount. Just because freaking... I mean, we had last week where everything fucking happened. Was it last week? Week before? I don't know. These weeks start to blend together. The point is that so much shit happened not too long ago, but I know that freaking... I mean, I guess that even... everything's still fucking happening, to be honest. I mean, freaking this week, there's been 3 different people that have, like, either been laid off or left Twitch. 2 of which have not fantastic records as far as, like, just reinforcing everyone's opinions of the mod ship on Twitch. Why? Why did you freaking... VTube Studio, for some reason on my phone, is deciding that it doesn't want to stay open right now, and I don't know why. I gotta reconnect this to the phone. So that... Oh no, reconnected automatically to everything. Weird. I don't know why that closed like that. I don't really want to listen to this right now. Nah. 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 No. Nah. No. Nah. Eh. Sure. Yeah, it's a bit weird. Freaking all of my phones have been behaving weird. Aside from this one's been fine. But my tracking phone, I mean, obviously did that. My actual, like, phone, kept wanting to bring down the, like, notification menu thing. And then there's my late mom's phone, which... I mean, I've established a few times that it randomly will just decide that it wants to power boot for, or like boot cycle for some reason. I don't know why. Why did you... But yeah, freaking... Things are weird. Technology's weird. I can't believe that some time ago I worked in technology. What a fool I was. Wanting to deal with technology for a living. Nothing fucking works, dude. Do I want to be in the Okayu section, or do I want to be in the Issa section? Kind of want to go into the Issa section. Also has freaking mouses right before it, so that's actually really good. I have to go really far back behind Okayus in order to get to, like, Numi and whatnot. I technically have a few things that I could do, like, on here. Part of me is like, oh, what if I just, you know, decided to do Voices of the Void? That'd be fun. And then we get nothing done for the next month. Let me see here. Neat, I guess. Oh, look at that. Surprise, surprise. I wish that MIU actually showed, like, the GIF emotes. Oh god, I just realized this is Helldivers. Helldivers is so inefficiently structured, I swear. Actually, I don't even have to swear. I know it is. They outright said, like, the devs themselves said that Helldivers is breaking at the seams. I'm also not surprised. Every single time that Helldivers goes to update, it takes, even on my internet, on an SSD, it takes it like 6 hours. This download is 3 gigabytes. I don't know what the fuck they're constantly doing where they have, oh, we need to download this much, and then it has to touch everything else. It took RuneScape like 2 decades to reach the level of spaghetti that Helldivers is at, like, only a couple years in. And the benefit of RuneScape is that it's all freaking client, or it's all server-based. So I don't have to freaking download 8 gigabytes of freaking... I don't have to download 8 gigabytes of data that is then gotta freaking spread itself in like 10 megabyte intervals across the entirety of the game. I mean, that's the thing, though. Poor planning is how you get games that freaking... like Call of Duty. Well, and lack of compression. Where the current game takes up your average hard drive of a decade ago. Or literally would not fit on some hard drives of a decade ago. Because some hard drives... like, if you had a 300 gigabyte hard drive back then you're fine. If you had freaking... one of the 64 gigabyte hard drives, get fucked. I guess you're not playing Call of Duty. Because, like, the past 4 games or something have been 150 plus gigabytes a pop. It's just insanity, dude. Like, I enjoy Helldivers with friends and whatnot. I don't play it often enough to freaking enjoy the downloads once a month. It's like when I freaking had Siege downloaded, and I would just randomly see it, oh hey, we're downloading. And this is when I had my old internet, so I just deleted Siege because it would take me 3 days to download the update. But like, I play Helldivers like once every 6 months or something like that. Haven't really played it recently. But once a month it's like, hey, here's an update. Okay, how long is the update going to take? 6 hours. But you're on an SSD. And I mean, like 100 megabits per second isn't like lightning fast these days, but I mean, next Wednesday, I'll freaking have myself 1 gig of... I remember when people were talking about how 1 gig was overkill like a decade ago. Some people got like the first generation of 1 gig up and down, and they're like, what the fuck do you need a gig of transfer speed for? At that point, your hard drive or your SSD isn't going to be keeping up. And now it's, you know, it's a middle section on, like, backwater internet providers. Because I'm in the middle of nowhere, and it's, like, not even the best I can get, so... It's kind of insanity. But the real insanity is the fact that it still takes 6+ hours to download this shit. Like, currently there's an Apex download that's going through, right? 10 gigabytes. I'm scheduled for 20 minutes. Helldivers has not even 3 gigabytes marked on it. It told me 6 hours. Because Helldivers is... Even spaghetti is freaking not a proper marker of what it is at this point. Hi. Please don't hit buttons on my phone. I would really appreciate you not freaking... Yeah, times are changing. Too fast sometimes. I think that the worst part about how fast things move at times is just the fact that everything's a gamble now. Will it be the new big thing that revolutionizes everything, or will it be a fad that dies in, like, a month? Like, I suppose that the big one, the big example, like... that marked to a certain degree, crypto is a big one. Bitcoin still alive, still doing relatively okay. It's still too unstable for anyone to freaking want to bother with it logically. NFTs. People spent thousands of dollars on that shit. It was worth pennies within a month. It's honestly a miracle that, like, crypto in general still exists, given that... I mean, there's, like, the two big ones, that's about it. Everything else is just, like, I'm not touching it because freaking... a rug pull a month. Especially, like, during that era where, like, every 2 weeks there was some YouTuber that's like, I made the next Bitcoin, please invest in it. Thanks for the money, asshole, bye. Freaking... Oh, just fucking stupid bullshit, dude. Like I said, the only two, like, that are probably going to stick around unless all the servers just get freaking bulldozed down for another Amazon facility. Is like Bitcoin and Ethereum, I think, are the only two that, like, are going to stay. Asterisk. I don't count Doge, it's a fucking meme coin, and was kind of like a freaking... It was basically a rug pull in itself, regardless of if it still technically exists. Then there's like the whole AI thing, freaking who knows what that at any given time. One side says, look, it's dying. The other side says, look, it's doing so well. The truth is somewhere in the middle, to be honest. Some of the companies are making enough money off of people that just kind of want to freaking... they're not even really. It's a bunch of investors that are keeping it up, is what it is the truth of the matter. There's a bunch of hedge fund babies that are like, oh, I see this on Twitter all the time. It'll work. It's not my money, it's Dad's money, so it doesn't matter if I freaking spend it on this thing that, you know, Uncle John swears is going to work. It's gonna pay big dividends. And in truth, it's like not even breaking even. Even the big ones like fucking Midjourney or whatever the fuck it's called. Because it's like all those Bitcoin miners. Everyone complains about the water. It's not even the water, it's the freaking running cost of the whole thing for the servers. Because you can't quantify how much water is used for a single thing, realistically. Because you have to basically run averages. Like, oh yeah, one image uses like freaking thousands of gallons of water. It's like, that's not entirely accurate. Sure, if only one person is generating images over and over and over again, technically, but there's thousands of people that are generating thousands of images. Which then feeds into the servers and the water cooling that is used for them. And all the noise pollution for everyone that lives around them. And that's where the thousands of water number comes from. Thousands of gallons of water number comes from. So I don't know. Each side will take whatever side it's on until the fucking money dries up. And for fuck's sake, it's in the same department as Twitch. It's losing the people that are investing in it money every month. It's actually just burning a hole in their wallets. And Amazon's still keeping Twitch up, so, you know. But yeah. That's just kind of the nature of the beast to a certain degree, I guess. God damn it. Who the fuck packed this goddamn tissue box? This tissue box is the worst packed one I've ever had. Half of them are freaking folded in half. Half of them are freaking cut in the wrong spots. They're wrapped around each other. Either way, where was I? Yeah, that's the nature of the beast, is most of these, like, entertainment things or whatever are, when it comes down to it, just losing money. Just full stop. Let me actually freaking move myself a little closer. I do want to, I want to show off my eyes. But last I knew, and this may have changed, I don't know. Last I knew, Google still loses money from YouTube. Twitch obviously loses, Amazon like millions, I think even billions per year. Obviously, any, like, group thing winds up being, if the person that's investing in it doesn't do it for the love of the game, they're doomed in, like, a month or something. Like, obviously, the big example of, like, doing well is Critical, where he's, funding his esports team. And, like, obviously he's losing money from it, right? But he's doing it for the love of the game rather than because he wants to make money off of it. He knew he was going to lose money from it, and he's openly stated, I lose money from it every month, every year. Vshoujo being a recent example, that's a lot of poor management, but in general, like, you're going to wind up losing a lot when it comes to trying to be an entertainment thing. It takes a lot of touch and go, and it takes a lot of making concessions here and there for it. Like, the big companies like Hollow, and even though I think that they do it shittily in how they treat their talents, Niji, like, taking a huge cut of the merch. We'll ignore, you know, their shit treatment of their talents, because that's not relevant to this. But you have that, you have Luminara, I believe, is run by someone who's doing it more for the love of the game than because he wants to make a lot of money. So he's going to be in the same department as Critical is, or she, or they, I don't know. Hopefully I don't wind up eating those words, but, you know. There's that. We also have, a few smaller things. SVA, I think Flork also is doing it, like, love of the game kind of deal. He seems to care a lot about his employees. I have no idea, like, how he runs things, like, company-wise and whatnot. But at the very least, he seems very down to earth and very agencies and their motives, it varies very heavily. Even between branches of the same company. Like, take Hololive, for example. JP side is still very idle. It's still a very idle company. We own everything that you wind up... And, I'm not gonna say, they don't get paid. That's not what I'm saying in regards to that. When I'm saying the way that I'm saying this, I should clarify for those that don't know how idle stuff works, but, we own you, we own all of your IP, we own everything that you are. The moment that you are gone from us, you cease to exist as you were here. You as a person still exist, but you as a person is not tied at all to you as the creator. All of that is scrubbed the moment that you leave. Which is where we wind up, where a lot of Western VTubers and whatnot don't understand, and a lot of indies don't understand, because a few months ago, or a month ago, whatever, Korone was told by her managers, "You're going to play Hogwarts Legacy." I mean, they understand it. They just don't want to accept the way that things actually work over there. Because, and everyone's like, oh, well, I guess that I'm not following Korone anymore, and freaking, well, she should just say no. You don't get to say no. That's not how idol industry works. They outright said, oh, well, you can't make the excuse of, oh, that's your boss told her to. She should have said no to her boss, blah, blah, blah. They, listed every single reason that they knew people were going to give. They just didn't understand why people give those answers, or they refused to accept why. You do not say no to your boss as an idol. Otherwise, you cease to exist as your character. You get told, here's your sponsorship. And the only thing that you will say is, how long? Here's your interview that you're doing with this major show. Okay, when's the interview? That's all you say. You do not get to say no when it comes to that, because your boss has already taken the money. You are now obligated to freaking do the thing. You don't have to like it. You don't have to like the game. You don't have to like anything associated with it. But it's your job. Or you no longer have a job. And everyone's like, well, she should have just, walked out. And it's like, okay. I'd like to see you just walk out of your fucking job today because they... I mean, the answer is that most of the people that are freaking... The fact of the matter is that most of the people don't even have to worry about walking out of their job because they don't have one. They spend all day on fucking Twitter, or Blue Sky, or Threads, or what the fuck ever they're on. Bitching at the ether. and then asking people to give them money so that they can continue to freaking go to their next convention where they'll spend all that money, and then people will still give them money for no reason, just because we're on the same team or whatever. Like, yes, okay. My freaking... Like, when I worked for a factory, we had a few clients that I don't agree with. That how do I put this? That have more than a few black marks, sometimes treading into outright human rights violations, sweatshop-wise, in how they run things in countries that don't have as many defensive laws for employees. Do I agree with that? No. However, I'm quite fond of actually being able to eat and, you know, live. So I didn't just walk out because I disagreed with that. That doesn't mean I agree with the things that they were doing. It just means that I'm not exactly a fan of starving to death. Because regardless of what happens, it's not like I freaking... If I live, maybe I can do something about it. I mean, the answer is no, because I don't have that kind of power, but... If I die, it's not like if I die of starvation, I have a 0% chance of doing anything. But yeah, freaking... back to the detangent of the detangent. HoloLive's JP branch is very idle. EN used to be very idle, actually. Which is why, you know, you see old clips of, like, Myth and whatnot, and they're still pretty, like, facade, prim proper, all that jazz, right? They have a little more freedom. It wasn't until ID came along, and Hollow's like, we don't have the resources to, like, run them the same way that we run here, but we're going to kind of try and branch into that direction. So we're going to let people that are around there do their thing the way that they want. And Ollie's like, okay, can I start collabing with these people? And it's like, well, we haven't been told no from the boss, so I guess so. Okay, can I make these kinds of jokes? Well, I mean, sure, why not, I guess. And things went really well as a result of that. And EN got allowed to do more stuff, and, like, obviously, Justice is the culmination of that at this point. Advent is, like, pretty far into it, and then Justice is the culmination. Like, we have people like GG and whatnot, where they freaking... They get away with a lot of stuff that, you know, OG Myth wouldn't have been allowed to. Myth is allowed to do a lot more now these days, obviously. But back then, they wouldn't have been allowed to do. But there's that big discrepancy now. Even in the same company of how things are run. ID and EN have a lot more freedom in what they can do, they can say, how much freaking leeway they have than JP does. And they still got some stuff, because obviously, you know, the meme disagreements with management kind of deal, right? Because Hollow freaking went public, and Yago doesn't have as much to do his little experiments and whatnot like he did with freaking... Like, Yago is one of the big reasons that male VTubers are, like, a thing, because he's like, okay, I have no idea if this is going to work. Out of pocket, I'm just going to start Hollow Stars. And try and fund it with what extra we are getting off of Hollow Live. And it worked. All the suits that are owning stock now are like, okay, well, you're an idol company. You should treat everyone like idols still. So they're like, okay, well, we're going to try and freaking, you know, put the leash back on to all these ones that you let off the leash. And then some of them are like, okay, I'm going to walk. And I think that, like, the ones that had disagreements with management walking is part of why, you know, there wasn't as much freaking push for the rest of them and whatnot. They're probably still going to try and boiling frog it. Knowing how, you know, set in stone a lot of suits are in general, let alone Japanese suits. Let alone Japanese idol suits. But at the very least, there's a little more leeway there. So we'll see how things play out. Who knows? I don't. I don't have that kind of freaking mental prediction capability. But all that tangent upon tangent upon tangent to basically say, it's hard to, like, know, how exactly did you phrase it? Knowing the agencies and their motives, and I guess that's what we're doing now. I didn't realize I still had freaking... all that to say... all the agency... not knowing all the agencies and their motives. Because even among the same agency, logically, branches have such differences that it's really difficult to predict at all. And even I'm going off of, like, face value and what little I know about, like, the industry. The nuances inside of it, I have no idea, and the nuances may just outright mean that I'm wrong in certain aspects. Because all of my experience is in, well, believe it or not, as someone in the US, all of my entertainment industry knowledge is from the US entertainment industry, not the Japanese. Weird. Wild. And even mine when it comes to, like, the VTuber industry directly, I don't have any direct in with that. I mean, it depends when it comes to the Japanese entertainment industry. The idol industry does not. the idol industry is very much your life and your like persona are separate. While you are, the moment that you take on your persona, your personal life ceases to exist until you are let go. And then then everything that you got from there ceases, and you are now on your own. You are back to being yourself. Obviously, you're still physically, physically you, and people will recognize you if you do other things. But you legally cannot say, yes, I am X individual, because X individual no longer exists. What the fuck is that? What the fuck is that? What is that on my hair? There's a little thing on my hair, and I don't know what that is. It's not part of my eyebrow, or my eyelash. Because that's my eyelash there. It's not on the other side, so it's not something that's reflected. Unless it is something that's reflected. Is that part of the... No, you're not allowed to do that. You don't own any rights to that. You will literally cannot even mention that you were associated with it directly. You are allowed to privately put it on, like... Okay, you aren't. Your manager is allowed to have it, like, as a merit that you've had for other jobs that you may do later. It's also why past lives were, like, for the longest time marked as taboo to mention at all. Because it could get them in legal trouble because, a lot of those companies interpret and I think legally even, at least in Japan, have legal merit to act on. It being classified as eating into their profit margins. Oh, that is just a reflected part of the hair on the other side. That is weird, dude. Yeah. Hopefully that'll, like, change in the coming years. Because for once, Nintendo wasn't able to pull a Disney and rewrite the law post. Or retroactively, I should say. What causes that? Because there's no real gap in this. Give me 1 second, I'm fixing one thing. Are they trying to claim that they own Riding a Mount now? I know that they freaking got told get bent on owning capsule monsters effectively. I think that part of the reason that they got told to get bent on the capsule monster thing is specifically because they outright stated that they were doing it to retroactively attack a competitor. And they're like, oh yeah, we're not fucking doing that, dude. Do you have any idea how many things could just go to shit if you guys are allowed to throw your hissy fit for this singular game? Oh, it's very stupid. It's not even a bit. It's very stupid. Why is my music breaking right now? I mean, just look at the last time someone got to own a game mechanic. Hey, Warner Bros., you ever gonna use that freaking game mechanic you were so keen on patenting? The Nemesis mechanic, you know? That whole system that made your games actually, you know, not just Assassin's Creed? No? Oh, we're never going to see it ever come back again? Oh, we're never going to see it from any other company either because you patented it? What's that? 65 years after the person that made it dies? Because Disney changed the law? I don't even know what the actual thing is. I think it's 65 years. Yeah, I don't know. Freaking US copyright law is so fucked up. In no small part thanks to Disney. I don't think that there's a lot of people that do like companies enough at this point to like reliably buy their products. At least like US companies. Because either you're paying for a product that barely works, you're paying for something that's objective dog shit, you're paying for something that you're gonna have to pay for again in like a month when they finally release like half the game behind DLC. Well, FromSoft's not a US company. Like, people like Silent Hill F is a good game. And I don't think has anything behind it that, you know, people objectively hate. Hello? I don't know if there's any other companies that like stand out in a similar way. Replace. You are named exactly the same. Can I... Oh, is it because I removed you from hair front? Okay, that's what it is. Ba. Which one's Arc again? Save duplicate. Air strand fix. So if this is still in the same cascade. Right. I don't know anything about BlazBlue. Oh, except for freaking Cross Game, because they collabed with Ruby for that one. There's a BlazBlue. I never actually got an explanation. I never got an answer for that. What is this? What are you? Oh, I know what you are. You can get out of here. This. Delete this. Turn you into you. Okay. Don't have anything tied to you, I don't think. I don't know, I'm not a big fighting game person. I'll occasionally play. But I mean, it's so occasionally that my fight stick has literally got dust on it at this point. I have been meaning to, like, run through Skullgirls, though. I mean, there'll always be, like, people that, stay with a game. Regardless. Heavy deform on that. My physics, please. Where are my physics? There's my physics. Okay, that seems to work. Export for runtime. Why did the eyes immediately work, but The hair didn't. Is it because I actually changed the mesh rather than just the texture on them? Or on it? Is this... I mean, I'm going to need to... New eyes, okay, yeah. We overwrite you. It's been a while since I've watched Badger regularly. Alright, and then I need to... I technically need to deload this model anyway. Because I am going to be... Replace... He's skilled. It's definitely skill. I always want to freaking make that discrepancy when or that like specification whenever people mention that stuff. Because a lot of people will take talent and they'll be like, "Oh, well, I need to do." Okay, we're good. I need to do X, Y, and Z. Or I was born with it. Blah blah blah. I watched him as he improved over the years because I remember old Badgerfield videos, like way back when. There, we got rid of our little hang hair. But yeah, he's definitely learned a lot over the years and is definitely like improved in his craft constantly. It is genuinely impressive to see how far he's come since, like, I originally found him way back when. Where it was basically just, I'm going to talk about things while Battlefield plays in the background. Or I'm going to do a goofy, like, build or something. God damn it. Every fucking time. If I don't freaking click off specifically, I freaking... Oh yeah, he's still improving. Like, I mean, he'll go out of his way to do, like, learn new things at times just to freaking work on an idea that he has. Oh. Please be the Majima version. Yeah, I it's like watching Womble and seeing a lot of his stuff like improve over the years as well. I still like his old stuff obviously, but like God, the sheer like gap in how much has changed over the years. Badger's also in that interesting space of honorary VTuber. Because he's friends with so many VTubers, and I mean, like, he uses what's the word I'm looking for? He uses that like 3D. He's even more so than Bricky is, to be honest, because he uses that 3D thing to like talk through half the time. Obviously, he's not a VTuber, and he doesn't like use. Doesn't like use it during his streams, but like between Sigurd and freaking. Well, I'm more talking about the 3D model than like the mocap. Like, I mean, Fillion uses mocap, and a lot of the HoloLive girls use mocap, and they're still VTubers regardless. But, like, Badger is not a direct VTuber, despite the fact that he uses the model as like a transference of voice. I think that I'll take my food break a little, or not like food break, I'll be back, but like I think that I'll eat a little early today. I'm very hungry, and I guess 2 hours early isn't too bad, But I do prefer to use like skill as a term instead of talent, because I know that some people get discouraged whenever they hear the word talent. In regards to like people in especially like this industry and whatnot. Because like, oh, the talent means that they were born with it, blah blah blah, freaking blah 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 blah. I can't ever match up with them. It's like, and then you look at the person that they're referring to, and it's like, has been drawing for 15 years, has been creating content for 20 years. It's like, listen. Obviously, you just getting into drawing this year, you're not going to be Slugbox. You're not going to be Tofu. You're not going to be Captivate. But you can get there skill-wise. I mean, obviously you're going to have your own art style because you take different like aspects from it. You're not going to don't just fucking copy, please. I really don't want to see another cute, sexy robots. I can't even appreciate his work anymore because of the 80 people that took his freaking art style and decided that they were going to do their own. Plus the one really big artist that freaking took his art style and freaking started using it for AI. Ugh. But yeah, freaking... I don't even have a problem if, like, people have similar styles. Like, there's 3 people that use, like, make similar jokes to Kyle and use, like, a similar style. It's when you one-to-one them... and just, like... or if you, like, can mimic various styles. Like, Zone's very good at mimicking a lot of styles. Zone has their own style. But they're good at also mimicking other styles. I used to be very good at mimicking styles. I'm not as good at mimicking styles anymore as I used to be. I'm pretty good at mimicking, like, poses and whatnot. To an uncomfortable degree at times. Like, I've had to remove a few pieces because I was like, okay, the pose reference that I used is way too close to this freaking actual art piece. So, new people will never know the 16 variants joke because that one was way too close to the freaking reference that I used in pose for my liking. So I didn't really like it being public because, like... and even back then, I didn't have Blue Twitch, so... my not safe for work arts didn't have any, like, record of them being drawn. And people have gotten way too trigger-happy with the Tracer allegations at this point. It's better than getting called AI, but, like... yeah. When it comes to allegations, people don't care about, like, any of the stuff that follows, whether you get freaking exonerated or anything, freaking... they just care about the original accusation, and then they're like, well, you guys are tainted forever now. That being said, I'm gonna go get my spaghetti. And also pee. I got my spaghetti. But yeah, people don't really care about the like exoneration stuff in most cases. I mean, I discussed this a little bit in my freaking in my one video about how I wasn't going to make a group of videos. But like, you know, we got fruit. And people freaking don't care about the fact that there's like court documents that proved that she like didn't actually cheat on her husband, and her husband wasn't even military at all anyway. People don't give a shit about like the actual truth on that freaking... Oh, we're still gonna freaking spam the same thing over and over again because we believe the dude that freaking openly admitted that he freaking lied he openly admitted in like freaking a Reddit post or something like that that he freaking was like, I lied just so that... because I hated her. And I wanted her to freaking suffer. More recently, like, Cinder's freaking thing. Like, she obviously still, you know, was a shitty friend to several people, but... like, one of the biggest things was the whole freaking Nano thing. And people still freaking blame her for it, despite the fact that apparently Nano was canceling stuff and then just kind of blamed them. I still have my personal opinion that the way that they were trying to do the exclusivity deal, regardless of who it was not the way that you do an exclusivity deal. That's... regardless of which one it was that freaking was facilitating that, was not how it goes. You get paid, like, on a salary kind of deal. Either way, that's neither here nor there. Oh, actually, after all of these, I want, we'll start here. That being said, there's a few other instances. Like, fucking, what was his name that recently got, like, apparently exonerated, and, he's like a flesh tuber or something, and the person that was accusing him of, like, actual heinous, like, felony crimes was like, oh, actually, I'm just throwing it out. Don't question why. And no one cares that he was, like, exonerated or anything. Or Taiga. Taiga's one that I actually freaking know. It's another VTuber. And, like... freaking... people still... call him, what? I think groomer's the only word that I'm allowed to use on either site that I won't get freaking bonked for. But people call him that and whatnot, despite the fact that, like, an outright private investigator went through, like, everything and found out that he was innocent. Also, thanks for the hydrate. Like, he's into a few weird things, but, you know, fictional content is fictional content, in my opinion. As long as you aren't acting on it on real people, then I ain't gonna freaking crucify you over it. I might give you a side eye a little bit, but... you know. Unlike your Visa and MasterCard, I'm not gonna freaking say that you're a murderer because you played GTA. But, like, even freaking... I think that they said that Nux actually finally apologized-ish. I'm still not a fan of Nux, but freaking... Marina, apparently... Like, the only thing that I've heard from Marina, and I don't even know if it was related to him directly, Marina freaking talks shit about people, like, once a week or something like that to stay relevant. Despite the fact that she's got enough skeletons in her closet to freaking rival the catacombs of Paris. For calling Taiga a groomer. But the only thing that I freaking remember in regards to Marina's comments on it is, I'm sorry? Like with an, like a outright question mark in the thing? It might have been related to someone else because, like I said, she freaking starts shit like once a week. I think he did. Because I remember, like, people were talking about it a lot, freaking, for a bit. Because it came back up. And he, like, finally, like, did an actual dedicated video to, like, say, hey, I shouldn't have said these things. Obviously, the damage because he didn't ever, like, you know, set the record straight with Charlie's community. Which Charlie and him might not even be on speaking terms anymore because so much shit has happened between that shit at this point. But... I believe he did apologize on his end. I still don't like him, like, on a personal level for several other reasons, but, you know, I'm not gonna freaking throw shit that doesn't deserve to be thrown. But, you know, one of these two people has apologized, the other has not. Granted, freaking Marina prefers to freaking use her gender identity as a shield rather than freaking actually acknowledge when she's wrong. Like when she freaking decided, hey, I'm going to be naked on stream back in 2023? Question mark? 2023. The night of the lewd streams on Twitch. Then there's the, you know, first wave of freaking Hogwarts Legacy stuff. Which is weird that that's been a topic twice tonight, but it's, you know, it's, I guess, the freaking topic that keeps on giving. Because people don't understand that, hey, a Western-centric thing, people in Japan don't know everything about it. Because that was, like, relatively fresh back then, too. And they still freaking, you know. Like, you can freaking... I don't think that people should harass people in general, but, like, I mean, if you want to gripe at people, like, okay, fine. You know, mention it to Silver if you want. She's, you know, in the West, she knows. Don't freaking go after Henya, and especially don't harass her. Ooh. I mean, Pete... That was a slip of the tongue. Yeah. It was... Actually, the original idea for... Let me find it again. The original Summer Comfy Outfits design... has the date on it. December 15th, 2023. Which apparently, like, a few other things happened that day. Because I posted this for Puck's, was it Smasher Pass? And, and they had to look up what it was, and apparently, like, there was some GTA RP drama that happened that day, and freaking, a few other things. But that's always the funny one. Especially considering how poorly it was handled. Like, Marina, the topic of our subject here, got banned for less than 24 hours. Saroe got banned for a week for artistic nudity. Well, that's the thing, is some of the bans were deserved. It was artistic nudity. Saroe got banned for a week, I think. I think it was a week. Maybe it'd been 2 weeks or a month. I think that it was supposed to be a month and it was dropped after like a week or something. The point is that she got banned for far longer. Scoo also got hit by it. And that was actually when I first started watching Egg, because I remember she was talking about it that night. Because she's like, oh, this is going to be reversed in either it's going to be reversed in the week, or freaking, or it's going to lose, like, or it's going to cause problems. There was like 3 different angles. There was 3 possibilities. It's going to cause problems because advertisers aren't going to want to advertise on it, because Blue Twitch and Picardo don't get advertisers at all. Because they allow that stuff, and most advertisers don't want to be associated with it. Giga talked about this, like, I agree that I think that there should be a little more freedom. I think, though, that in general, Twitch should not be marked as 13+. Unfortunately, marking it 18+ tends to immediately trigger all of the sponsors to, like, just automatically assume that's going to be porn. But if Dan Gooner Clancy will not stop the people from doing colonoscopies on themselves live on stream... Actually, colonoscopies would be actually educational. The fact that you just have a camera pointing at your ass through a freaking glass chair. But if you're going to freaking have people treat this like a cam site, you cannot freaking have it be 13+. I think that I don't know, market is freaking like 17 plus or something. I don't have a problem with that inherently. I think it's fucking weird. But there is an angle where it could be educational. She was clearly doing it for publicity. The problem is she was advertising her blue Twitch in the corner. Which, on its own, is against TOS. There's a reason I call it blue Twitch. Because if I say FANSLY, if I say it by name, I get banned. Because I'm a VTuber. Fifi got banned twice for naming it. Still don't know how she didn't even get, like, a warning for her freaking summer outfit, though. That's wild, dude. But, yeah, I get freaking banned if I name it. And these people can advertise, like, full-fledged, on screen. I could put the logo on screen. Because, as far as I know, Camilla hasn't actually been banned for the logo coming across her screen, despite the fact that she doesn't even use hers anymore. She's scrubbed hers. As far as I know. But, I think that the logo's fine. Naming it gets you freaking bonked. But there's a reason why people make fun of Dan Clancy and Twitch on the whole for this shit. And if I get banned, then I get banned at this point. Twitch is freaking as good as dead, freaking at the rate they're going anyway. If Dan has his freaking job by the end of the year, I'll be surprised given how fast people are freaking being dropped at this point. Granted, with how much freaking Dan actually acts as a proper CEO, he could be replaced with an AI. There's a reason why I multi-stream. And people that have exclusively done Twitch streams for years are multi-streaming now. Egg started multi-streaming, Juniper started multi-streaming, Lena's multi-streaming, Camilla's multi-streaming, I think, even. Zen started multi-streaming. I think that Fruit's multi-streaming. Freaking Numi's multi-streaming. I don't know if she's multi-streaming. She does do when, like, streams on freaking YouTube, though, for sure. But the point is that, like, even the people that, like, didn't move over and take the kick money have no faith in Twitch to freaking survive at this point. I don't like Kick, like, as a platform, personally. But I do believe that I rated them at either on par with or slightly better than Twitch. Like, as far as, like, my experience, discovery-wise. Oddly enough, freaking, Kick is more stable. Like, going back, way back to the beginning, of, like, monetization-wise. Because they have the gambling money. They're not running off of advertisers or anything. They run like, they have like gambling companies that run through them. So they feed through the money from the casinos. And that's what pays for the site. So if we call that a closed ecosystem, then they are technically stable. That doesn't mean I like the site, but I will give credit where it's due. I try my best to be a little objective. Doesn't mean I like the site. I don't expect YouTube to die, but if Twitch and YouTube were to die, I would, and somehow, like, Blue Twitch were to be freaking what survives, I would go exclusive to Blue Twitch before I think I would return to Kick. I don't know what you're talking about. My autism has gotten me a decent amount of money. Look at where I'm at right now. But yeah, freaking... I don't... No one has faith in Twitch anymore, which is part of why I care a little bit less about, like... I don't want to get banned on Twitch, because I do still make a little bit of money off of it. As opposed to YouTube, where I freaking don't have my monetization yet. 1,000 subscribers is the only thing I'm really missing over there. I am freaking making the numbers as far as, you know, viewership. Hours watched. I mean, that's where a lot of people first found my content. Because YouTube actually has discovery. Once I'm done with this stream, it goes into the algorithm. It gets turned into a video, the VOD becomes a video, it goes into the algorithm. People can actually find me. This stream ends on Twitch. Maybe if someone clips something from it, it might make it someone else's just chatting clip and be like recommended from there, but no one clicks on those. No one gives a shit. It's why I gave YouTube such a good score. It's not perfect. God knows it's not perfect, but, you know. When it comes to people that are first getting into things, like, it gives you the most tools as far as, like, on its own expanding. I don't know how many people I've subbed to this year. I mean, there's been like there's been a few different like VTubers that have gone indie that I've definitely subscribed to on there. Because I subbed to Doobie, I subbed to Saba, Nimi. Yeah, I don't know. A few different others that I ran into, and there's... I don't know at what point I found some of the people that do shorts. I know No Panic Button I subscribed to a while back. Yoink Man is this year. The Australian was this year. Fumo's was this year. But yeah, I don't subscribe to a whole lot. Unless I find them elsewhere normally. Especially if they're like mostly streaming content and then they stream at hours that I don't I had to unfollow. I've been slowly unfollowing people on Twitch because either they've switched schedules or due to me switching schedules, or some people have just like graduated or freaking left or whatever. There's some people I still hold out going, oh, maybe they'll come back. It's not gonna happen. The only ones that I haven't really, like... The only ones that I haven't really, like, left are people that I know are going to come back eventually. Unless, you know, they just completely abandon. Like, Uni. Uni isn't exactly Uni anymore, but I still follow her. Kitiana, I'll still follow, even though she's probably one part of the most stable, companies at this point. I don't know if there's anyone else that, like, off the top of my head, that's... Niana may be showing up as someone else soon. We're still not entirely sure on that. But yeah. There's a few people that have gone and either gone Corpo or gone Indie or something and swapped out. Or people that just don't freaking stream much in general, which is really weird. Speaking of which, Haruka's actually been a lot more recently. I don't know if she like still is regularly, but I know for like a few days in a row she was streaming. Does Jaden even stream at all anymore? I know she like I think she like effectively VTuber graduated, didn't she? Oh, hi, Tenma. Last streamed last year when it comes to Twitch. Doobie's actually live on Twitch right now. Interesting. Last YouTube stream was 2 years ago. Last video in general. Oh, she's taking about 2 months between videos just in general, it looks like, so. I mean, she might just be able to freaking coast at this point, to be honest. She's successful. Price knows that if I freaking had the ability to just coast, I'd freaking do that. Fucking... I'd probably still do art regularly, but... like, if I could just coast, fuck yeah, dude. Oh, she also hasn't really posted to Twitter recently. Smart move. Yeah, it would be nice. I don't know. I think that I'd get too fidgety and bored if I freaking, like, just idled about. It might help my anxiety a little bit as far as, like, me going, oh, if I don't freaking do X, Y, and Z within X amount of time, then... shit. But if I freaking, I think I'd get way too fidgety if I just full coasted. I mean, part of my work is just a hobby anyway, so freaking... I mean, I guess all of my work is a hobby. Because it's not like I freaking have been, like, doing any professional level voice acting for a hot minute. which I do plan to get a little bit back into. I mean, I guess not like professional unless I freaking go hunting for like roles again, but like proper voice acting in general, I suppose, beyond just freaking occasionally games that I freaking wind up doing. I have been meaning to record a few things for other site, voice acting wise. I've just been... I hesitate to say lazy because of the nature of, like... Because I haven't exactly been doing nothing. It's just trying to balance things. Like, I mean, I freaking only just 2 days ago now? Yesterday? Something like that. Only recently got my freaking... One of my 2 intended, out of 3 months, one of my 2 intended art fuck attacks done. The other one's not gonna happen. I have a week left. I have 10 days left, but I have a week left. Because I have other things that are a priority, to be honest. I at least didn't freaking just mooch off of the freaking event, I guess. I still feel kind of bad that most of the people that I wanted to get, like, art out for, I didn't, but... You know, it's something, I guess. I don't know, dude. Yeah. I gotta try my best not to freaking, you know, slip too into burnout or something. Because if I freaking... I can power through, but if I freaking burn myself out, then... We go from, oh, hey, here's a slight gap in this, to, oh, hey, look, 6 months without anything. And then that is even more of a problem. Especially when it comes to the fact that I have, you know, commissions to work on and shit. Hey Zay, how you doing tonight? But yeah, freaking... You know, I feel that, actually. I have, had not a small amount of exhaustion going on. Two to 3 years to get done, Jesus. Sometimes I'm reminded as to how nice it is to do all my own work. Obviously, it's a sacrifice of time rather than, I mean, I guess freaking 2 years, freaking, ugh. But yeah, I freaking... That's the benefit of doing your own stuff. It only takes me, like, a month or two to freaking sort things out, depending on how intense certain things are. Rather than waiting for, like... I mean, fuck, even, like, higher-end people, like, that do stuff. Certain models have taken... well, if you didn't already have the model inbound, I would honestly have said, I would advise learning streaming before you know, invest the money into a VTuber model. Because if you don't really find streaming enjoyable, then depending on how much you spent, that's money down the drain if you wind up, you know, streaming twice and then binning it. Gotcha. I mean, my plates are a bit busy currently, so depending on how... I mean, you've been waiting for 2 years, so... Maybe a little extra weight won't freaking kill you, but... Because even exclusively off of commissions, I've got 2 full pieces, and then depending on how Teber's feeling by the time that those are done, I've got their model to take care of. My card does have my commission info in it, though. What? I mean... Step 1, download OBS. Step 2, make a scene that has your game in it. Step 3, hit the go live button. Depending on what site you're on, you might need to wait a week in order to freaking, you know, get confirmation from, because YouTube, you have to request the ability to stream. I mean, I ran off of my 10-year-old rig for, like, the past 2 years, despite the fact that it was nearly dead. I may have had a couple cascade failures here and there and wanted to chew my own fingers off, but, you know, it worked. We got here. That's up to you. I mean, if you want to... You'll obviously need it once you get your model, unless you want to go PNG tuber, which PNG tuber is another thing I would advise. If you aren't certain, then, you know, PNG tuber is like 80 bucks as opposed to 300. Microphone matters a little bit less. I mean, my sister uses like a $40 pill mic. My microphone is a Blue Yeti. It's like 12 years old. The Snowball isn't half bad. It's much cheaper in the blue department. Unless you're like freaking jumping into a bunch of shit. I mean, my first like 2 years were me using an old headset mic. I used an old headset mic, then I used a shitty, like, stem microphone that I got from my school. And then I went to another headset mic. Then I went to the mic from this headset. And I didn't get, I mean, if you want to hear how bad the old... We could freaking go back down memory lane. Give me a second to see if I can find one of the videos that has it. Give me one moment here. I don't know if any of the, like, old videos are... I mean, microphone good for VTuber is the same as microphone good for streaming in general. There is no real special need for that. Is this... shareable link. Let me see... Is this one of my videos with an old mic? I don't know if that's like... I mean, I guess it's not like bad. It's not as bad as I remember it being. Let me see if... I mean, sounding like a child is mostly going to freaking be up to your voice in particular, in which case you're going to probably want voice training. I do not advise using a voice changer, because, I mean, you're going to wind up having to come to that decision at a certain point as to whether or not you want to change doing that, and then if people get used to, like, I mean, say if you freaking sound like modern Thor, and then you remove the voice changer and you sound like 2019 Thor, people might just leave. I guess that my freaking mic wasn't like shit back then. As much as I thought. Holy shit, though. was my voice not great back, or like I was much worse at talking back then. I hadn't gotten to loving listening to myself talk. Let's hop over to this.
But
You can hear the hum of
I'm
it a bit.
alive, and this is just going to be a real quick theory because there's not a lot of stuff to go over for this. But it's a Ruby theory about Ozpin, and it's a question that a lot of people.
I sound so young. I sound so unjaded by reality. I mean, I was in like freaking like late high school. I think I was a senior. I mean, I guess I was already jaded by the event, but
Have kind of been wondering, especially with the most recent, as far as I know, World of Remnant video, that for reasons that will be for
I
reasons.
also had a bit of a lisp back then. I don't know if that's due to the mic that I'm using or if I've just gotten better at my inflection. But there's a bit of a s with like a lot of my freaking words. I didn't notice that.
That are either plot relevant or I forget how he said during that how old Port looks and how old the shopkeeper looks.
Weird. I must have deleted the like OG video where I freaking and those are on my old shitty laptop that I believe I returned to the school I was going to. I mean, there's this, but this is, I think, just straight off my Xbox mic, so it's going to be worse just in general. Oh, shit, dude. Okay. Okay, I got you guys. I got you guys a real gem. Move over to this. I'm going to move myself as well, because part of this is just how crunchy the freaking video is for this. Now, if we're in ads, I'll hold off for a second. I'll take this opportunity to eat then. Also, something I'm realizing in the freaking preview for this. Like, is this the shit that's just on, like, base YouTube, dude? Is this the shit that the average YouTuber watches? Ugh. Well, remind me never to freaking... Okay, let me turn up the volume on this a bit so you guys can actually hopefully hear it. I mean, none of this is good. Look at this shit. I mean, I guess that there's like... This is just an ad for a golf club, I guess. That's okay. This is politics shit. This, I think, is also politics shit. Oh no, this is the Bible. Kentucky Ballistics is alright. I've watched him by other people before. Either way. I think this is high school age Nasu. Back before I was actually Nasu. I think this is actually before the Nasu, like, even iteration 1 Nasu existed. Like, even the name.
We'll be done. I'm recording now, so... Say hello to the internets!
Listen to that shit.
And say hello to Mr. Rabbit! Oh, what? There it goes.
That's fucked up, man. Stop taking my shit!
Stop freaking throwing it at me!
I'm not throwing it at you!
Listen to
I'm
that
saying
shit.
You're conveniently there!
Conveniently. It doesn't seem very convenient to you. There's rabbits everywhere that I'm not actually killing this time. I'm selling them into slavery.
Fucking...
What? Not much better, is it? Oh my god, there's so many rabbits! They just keep...
Crunchy.
They just keep spawning here. I'm just gonna freaking go back and forth. Is there a rabbit spawner here? Yep, I'm just gonna go... I'm just doing this. Why not?
Ah, ye old Xbox 360. Never gonna hear that again.
Seriously, is there... Did you put a rabbit spawner here?
Damn it! This old man's not supposed to be down here.
Oh, evidently if I just swing and rabbits come out.
Well, what's with the fucking AI being so goddamn everywhere?
I don't know. I decided to record and this crap happens. I mean, I didn't catch the bit with the void where freaking...
It's so crunchy, dude.
From the void, but like, this is a close second, I think.
An actual decade ago.
To the close first.
So I would have been, like, what, 17?
I
I have no idea. Does it stop finding?
I'm literally
Nope, there's
just
another.
standing here and getting rabbits.
What is the quality of this? 360p, dude. Fucking crunchy.
I'm basically selling my talent off. It's like... You may be able to do 100 notes in an hour, but I can crap out rabbits.
I didn't realize how long this was.
Giant hammer that
I thought this was like a 3-minute clip.
Dude, that's fucking rad.
This is 19 minutes, dude.
You're making us rich one rabbit at a time.
My anus hurts now.
That was me using my other mic, I think. Because I had, like, the pseudo capture card. So I think that my audio is feeding through my computer. I don't even know if What's-His-Face is still here. In regards to, like, the example, but... Let's not get me banned by zooming into my crotch. But yeah. From humble beginnings, to say the least. I almost wish that I had access to, like, old VODs. I think I have. I don't know if I even have any of the old art pieces that I was working on back then. Let me... Where do I want to go for the music currently? Sure, we'll go here. Whatever. But yeah. I've made strides, to say the least. Back to the comment on skill level, I guess. My talk ability from video 1 there. My inflection being so far off and all that shit. Good lord, dude. Thanks for the hydrate. It's kind of insane to think about, though, to a certain degree. Just how much has freaking gone on over the years. Ironically, the person in that one Xbox 360 video is the only person I think that I've talked to in the past 10 years from my 360 days. No, I guess it hasn't exactly been 10 years. I think I still played on 360 a bit into 2016. I know that by this time in 2015, I believe, I was RuneScape with the old clan. Was that before or after we split off from the original clan? Due to not wanting to freaking watch as our clan leader... Stream lag? Watches our clan leader, like, throw himself at someone who is catfishing him. Poor guy. I hope he at least, you know, split off and stopped being taken advantage of before he passed. Welcome back. You missed the crunchy 360 era video. I did kind of want to do like a full unregistered hypercam shitty bitrate stream for one day of Nostalgia November. I thought that would be a little funny to do. I don't know what game it would be. Come to think of it. Did I ever actually upload any of those Empire Earth videos? Would those have been my old channel? Because I had a shitty, cheap recording software before I knew OBS existed back then. That I would have to boot out and start the recording back up every 10 minutes because the free version only had 10 minutes of recording per segment. Interesting. I don't know if there are any other deaf VTubers. I mean, if you count, like, VR chat as an extension of VTuberism, there's plenty of deaf people there. I know for sure. I know some of them personally. I hope they're all doing okay. It's been a while since I've seen any of my VR chat friends. Granted, I know that a good chunk of my VR chat friends are just inactive these days. I mean, I do have the captions plugin specifically for those that are hard of hearing because Clover's an acquaintance, and she pointed me toward a good caption plugin. I wonder if anyone... Wolska's on VR chat, that's weird. New PC, I should be able to boot up VR chat and take a look in there while... without any problems. I can also show off my 3D model. That one of these days I might actually show, like, on this, because I don't have VNyan. Or I haven't been able to figure out how to get VNyan to cooperate, actually, is the operative way to put that. Hmm? HoloLive is like one of the old OG VTuber agencies. One of the first ones to actually, like, spread across the, I mean, are you... And feel free to not answer, but are you male or female? Because if you're male, then you'd be Hollow Stars rather than Hollow Live. Hollow Live also... Well, you're in good company at the very least. But... let me... I wanted to check. Retro's on. Femboy Company. I already knew that Krakow was on here. Also, let me see if I can find better place with better lighting so that I can actually show off model a little bit better. Unfortunately, my home world for this is very dark because I prefer the dark. But let me... Forgot how big the jar is. I'll be down here for a second. Oh, they changed the logo for VR chat. Oop, that's the wrong one. But for those that weren't around for when I was originally making the 3D model, it did come out quite nicely. I have a few adjustments that I still want to make, which we'll work on this year. Especially the eyes are a bit dated. And then... I only have one toggle on this. I got the jumpsuit, which the gloves stay on. Hollow Stars is basically the male branch of HoloLive. They were somewhat of an experiment by Yago to actually see if it would, yeah. HoloLive is female. They're both under the overarching company. The overarching company is called Covercore. It's like, I guess that Niji doesn't really split up, but Niji is under the parent company, Any Color. I think that's the only other one that I know of has a parent company. There's just the two. There's different branches, but covers Hollow projects are just split into Hollow Live and Hollow Stars. And then you have the EN branch, which is like Europe and the US and, well, Europe and the Americas in general. JP, which is Japan, and then ID, which is Indonesia. Last I knew, though, Hollow is not doing any new gens currently. They wanted to focus on the gens that they have. Which I still found funny that they said they didn't wait until Justice came out to announce that. They said that originally. And then Justice came out like a month later. It's mostly an effect of, you know, the oh yeah, there's plenty of independent VTubers, and then there's other agencies. Like we mentioned Niji Sanji. There's Sock's VTuber agency, which is run by Flork, who is a comic artist. Luminara's a recent new company. There's Mythos, which has all of their talents being based off of Greek myth. FaZe Connect is another very popular one. They're all female. They're also known as the mental ward VTuber group. HoloLive just isn't doing any new branches or anything until they wind up having fewer talents that are currently under them. They want to focus on, you know, refining the ones that they have already rather than releasing 70 new peoples. HoloLive is just HoloLive and Hollow Stars. None of the other companies are related to Hollow at all. Technically speaking, you don't even really need the history. Most of the important information is only important if you really care about, you know, knowing everything. I am an artist, therefore I like to know as much as I can, especially so that I can draw more people. Old generation was better than new generation? That's a matter of perspective. And it depends on what aspect you're talking about as well. Because if you're talking about, like, how things were ran, not so much. We already discussed idol culture earlier tonight. I mean, yes. None that are directly, like, targeting that type. But, I mean, you can join any company that has open applications. Like, Luminar is currently doing... I think that they're still doing it. Like, I applied to them. I may not get in, but I did apply to them. But a lot of us are indies, and may have someone that's like a contract broker. I'm full indie. I have friends that have, like, managers and whatnot. That are part of, like, Mythic being a big one. Mythic is exclusively a contract broker. They're not an actual agency. They don't tell you when to upload. They don't tell you what to do or anything. Mythic just goes, okay, so we have these sponsorships. Which ones do you want? Okay, you want that sponsorship? We take 10%. Okay, deal. I don't know what their actual percentage is. That was just me giving an estimate. I've heard that their percentages are good. But they're just a contract broker. They don't handle any of the rest of your brand. They're like on the opposite end from HoloLive in them. Because things like HoloLive, HoloStars... Most companies tend to try and get some level of established person. Because obviously if you are, you know, shooting into the dark with new talents constantly, then then you're, well, kind of gambling a little. There's a reason why last year there were 15 companies that opened up last year, and 14 of those closed by the end of the year. I think was the estimate from Bao. Socks, I think, was the only one that, you know, really survived. Off the top of my head. Mythos might have actually been new from last year. I don't know. I mean, you don't really need to be a singer or an artist. I mean, obviously, if you join, like, an idol-centric company like Hollow Stars, in this case, then you're going to have some degree of skill in music. Because they are an idol company. But if you were to, like... I mean, first of all, if you're an indie, you do what you want. If I feel like gaming tomorrow, which is what we're doing tomorrow, then I game tomorrow. If I feel like watching... If I feel like opening up my private browser here and open up Scaling the True Power of Dale Gribble, which is apparently not a video that's visible anymore. That fucking sucks, dude. Are any of these videos still up? Damn, all of the scaling, Hey, Peanut Butter, how you doing tonight? All the scaling King of the Hill character videos got taken down. That sucks. Not too bad. Wound up just yapping most of the night, so... Idols are... generically, how do I put this? Basically, they're put into the more religious definition of that. They are someone that you idolize. The direct explanation of what they are is that they are people that, you know, perform music and whatnot. And they are meant to look pretty, do cute things, and make people want to spend money on them. Or stuff with their face on it. The term is mostly, in this case, in this direct context, is like K-pop or J-pop idols. That's where the original derives from, which is also why Hollow/cover is primarily still classified as idol. If you don't join a company, then you become an indie. You do what you want, when you want, and the primary disadvantage of that is that you are your own everything. You are your own PR guy. You are your own editor, unless you decide to hire on an editor. Your own schedule maker. Your own advertiser. That's the big trade-off, is you own all of your stuff, but you are also exclusively all your stuff. Like, in my case in particular, I am literally everything. Normally, I would take Wednesday off as a break day, which I would record a video and edit it down. I decide on what my schedule is. I set up all my own events. If I'm setting up a thing like VTuber Vault that I do once a month again, I have to go and find the person that I'm interviewing. I have to set up the schedule for that. I have to make sure that every bit of sound and design and everything is good. I'm providing my own PC, my own microphone, my own assets. I'm also my own artist, so every new model, both the model itself and the rigging for it, has to go through me. There's pluses and minuses to, like, indie versus corpo. And it mostly, I mean, first and foremost, getting into a corpo is a bit of, you know, skill and work in its own right. But say that part's taken away, and it's just, I can just choose whichever one I want to be. When it comes to corpo, obviously the company is going to take a cut of all of your profits. And in a lot of cases, they keep all of your assets. They keep the face that you have, they keep the name that you have, they keep, it depends on what generation they are. If it's someone like Ollie, then normally they're fine with it. If it's a JP user, then I don't think that they collab with anyone really. But Maury's talked to Mouse a few times. Everyone in Advent, I think, has at least once collabed with someone outside of Hollow. Justice, I know for sure has, because Rayora and Dia did a cooking stream together. Kobo is also part of ID. She's collabed with other people. In fact, I didn't even know that Kobo was part of Hollow Live until like a year after I got introduced to her. Because all the times I had seen her collabing with indies. JP tends to be the big one that still has, like, the leash on them pretty tightly as far as, like, them still being heavy idol company. I mean, a lot of VTubers that aren't Hollow Live collab with each other. Niji and Hollow are old blood, I guess is old guard kind of deal. So they're like corpo. Like I can't use V Shoujo as an example anymore because they're dissolved. But like in a vacuum, we're putting things in a vacuum, you know, ignoring any other attributes to it. Say I want to collab with who would I want to collab? If I want to collab with Juniper, right? Then I can just like ask, right? Google's going to give you false information to a certain degree regardless. Because their AI skims Reddit exclusively almost. But can I help you? Do you mind? But there's probably deaf VTubers out there, almost certainly. Same as there's deaf, you know, streamers in general. It's just a medium. I mean, when it comes to like famous VTuber kind of deal, it depends a little bit. Brain tearing going on. I don't like that. Because when it comes to like becoming a famous, you know, anything, it's a lot of work and a bit of luck tossed into a pot and hope that you don't burn it. Because Christ knows that freaking, even this year alone, a half dozen people have burnt their porridge. I wonder what's going on with my freaking primary monitor. Because when I look into the preview, it might be an effect of the jar causing that. My advice in regards to that, though, is don't go in expecting to be famous. Because if you don't wind... Because some people have, like, a estimate as to what they want to... What they want their growth to look like in order for them to quote-unquote make it in their own brain. And I know that some people have burnt themselves out because they, you know, roll bad dice. Especially because a lot of them decide, I'm just going to stream exclusively on Twitch and pray. And Twitch is not great for discoverability on its own. I don't know how to tell you this, but V Shoujo is dead. You're a few months late on the dying part. It might still exist as a corporate entity, solely so that it can try and sue its talents. But V Shoujo died months ago. The XV Shoujo talents are all continuing on and streaming as independents now. V Shoujo the company is finding itself in a new legal trouble once a week. Yeah, Mouse left V Shoujo months ago. Well, let me see here. When did V Shoujo, like, die? Three months ago? V Shoujo can't afford new VTubers. V Shoujo couldn't afford new VTubers when they were still bringing on new VTubers. If you joined V Shoujo, then I don't know how you did. Is the short answer of that. I don't know how you did. They're not hunting for new talents. They're in court battles with all of their former talents. They are adding more court on top of that every 3 months, it feels like. Or every couple months, it feels like. Every month, I guess. Not even a couple months. Jesus Christ. Only been 3 months since that happened. Because they also now have to freaking deal with everyone that they, quote-unquote, sold the merch to. All of the talents. Because they didn't have legal right to sell that merch to the talents. I mean, the remaining actual, like, Bishoujo staff are honestly one of the individuals that freaking left Bishoujo some time ago freaking doesn't really deserve sympathy. Because he was apparently sexually harassing the talents before he got fired. I don't know. Bishoujo has a lot of shit that they were apparently doing behind the scenes that was next level unprofessional. Apparently Mint has actually mentioned something new about What do you mean everyone is close to being gone? Oh, I mean, all the talents are gone. The only members of V-Shoujo left are freaking the higher-ups that are required for the company to still exist as a body that can take action against everyone that's come out. And they're going to try and do that because the amount of shit that they've been doing for the past years has, now that everyone can start talking, is not coming out nice for V-Shoujo suits. I mean, there's a lot of V-somethings. VTubers in general are not all associated with V-Shoujo. There's Vichibon, which is a group of friends that all decided to create, like, a pseudo-corp. There's Version, which is also, I believe, a group of friends. Vyugen is defunct now. It was also more of a team than anything else. I mean, that's my advice just in general when it comes to like getting around in here, is to, you know, make friends with people rather than trying to network, because people know when you're just trying to freaking make connections in order to get somewhere. People have a sixth sense in that stuff. Oh, hey, look. Speaking of me making friends with other VTubers and collabs, which hopefully once you get moved, we can actually try and set up that Apex. I thought you weren't moving until Monday. Or do you just mean that, you know, once your PC's also where you're moving to? Okay. I mean, I definitely know that feeling, especially around March. Empire's look? Also, I really have to pee. I will be right back. Ugh. I mean, you could just, you know, hey desktop, how you doing? What's the program called? That's weird. Ads should have been over by now. W V. We wound up yapping for pretty much the entirety of this. After I fixed one small issue with my model. Because I apparently had one stray hair in the wrong direction. which was really weird. Never actually seen the last few seconds of a timer for like the Unicode thing or whatever the heck it's called. That's fucking weird, dude. No. 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 Maybe? Maybe. Sure, why not? Yeah. Vroid is a decent way to like get an idea for what kind of design you want to get. It's pretty modular and it has a decent number of options. Some people are able to craft startlingly masterful things out of it. Or you could go into the deep end and freaking go full on learning Blender in order to do it. Like a lunatic. Like yours truly. Let me read this real quick here. Jesus fucking Christ, dude. God damn. Only you knew how bad things truly are. Every single time new stuff comes out, it's worse. Well, it's nearly midnight. It is midnight. I don't know why I said nearly. It is midnight. It's 12:05. Is there anything else that I really wanted to yap about right now? I think we've covered pretty much everything. I can actually properly eat rather than having two freaking forkfuls. Let's time for someone to raid, I think. And who knows? Maybe there'll be a surprise stream on other site in like an hour or two. There is a fleshy going. We could raid into her. I think it's been a hot minute since I raided into the flesh creature. Yeah. That's an option. Right. Your CC working on stream? Or working on Steam? Your CC? What? There's also a Polka. Gotcha. We could raid into Pawn. It's also been a hot minute since I raided into Pawn. I think it'll be Pawn. I was originally going to raid into Flesh Creature, but it's been a hot minute since I have... Welcome back, question mark? God, it's so weird seeing things in 1080p. But yeah, I don't know if you are around to here, but you could Vroid in order to get yourself an loose idea of, you know, design you want. As for me, I'm gonna eat, and like I said, maybe we'll be live on Blue in a couple hours or something. Maybe I decide to double stream solely for the fact that I think it'd be funny goofy. I don't think I have any real announcements. Tomorrow, we will actually be gaming. We'll be doing Dungeon Siege. There's the socials. You can join the Discord, follow me on Blue Sky, or follow me on Twitter in order to keep up to date on things such as when I go live, what I'm going live with, and art like you see in the corner. My card also has all my commission info and other ways to contact me, as well as my other socials such as Pixiv and all that. And it also has the link to Blue if you want to follow me over there. I don't think I have any other real announcements. That being said, thank you all so much for watching. Thank you for the follows, raids, all that good jazz, and I will see you guys tomorrow if all goes to plan. Love y'all. Bye.